the narrative poetry. And for the narrative poetry, as the name implies, the dominant element of it is narration. The dominant element of it is narration. And by those, we are looking at how the prose fiction narration comes in, all forms of narration, how they come in, and we try to do the relations. So let me quickly run you through what is narrative poetry. And as we know, there are stories abound. We have stories all over around us, and that the stories come in different forms. Just as we see the stories in movies, in films, etc., so can we catch the stories also in poetry. Hence, what we call the narrative poetry. So, narrative poetry is one that tells a story, just as the prose narratives do. So, narrative poetry, also called narrative verse, combines the elements of storytelling and elements of poetry. It combines the elements of storytelling and elements of poetry. Don't forget that we have mentioned that poems are mainly to be performed. Poems are mainly to be performed. Though we write them, and if we write them, we are still looking at performance. So even when it is written, you are supposed to read, appreciate it, and then perform it. So if it's a performance, then we are looking at all the attributes of a performance. The posture one has to take, the facial expressions and other gestures one has to put in place, and all those things come to play in those. Let us also mention that narrative poetry has its origin in orality. Narrative poetry has its origin in orality, and that makes it that makes it a typical performance. Two, as a performance and then being oral, then it means that it is more linked to a people. So it is possible to talk of narratives as belonging to people than the general things as we see with lyrics and the rest. So um, we can talk of an epic that is purely a fancy epic, if it's about a Jahor and Co. We can talk of an epic which is purely Ashanti or Asante, which is about Kwechiromansan or the Tiakoji Achirema and those things. Or we can talk of that of Obechocho, the migration or the escape of the Evers from the wicked king to their pleasant place. So the narrative poems having their origins in orality connects them to the people who creates and the people for which it was created. Let's say it again. The poems are created for specific people. So the one who composes it creates it for his people, about his people. Good. So on this score, then we can categorize all manners of narrative poems into three. All manners of narrative poems into three, depending on a number of things that we shall discuss very soon. We can categorize all manner of narrative poems into three as ballads, epic, and metrical tales. Ballads, epic, and metrical tales. Good. Now, let us attempt to look at, we'll go to the ballad, the epic, and the rest, but then let's make certain things clear by looking at possible differences between prose narratives and then the narrative poetry. So, prose narrative, as we studied uh, previously, compared to the narrative poetry, prose narrative is devoid of emotions. It is devoid of emotions. But the narrative poetry is built on emotional intensity. Please, I'm not interested in your videos, please. You are not interested in your videos. Right. So, whereas the prose narrative does not focus on emotional intensity, prose poetry builds on emotional intensity. Now, prose narratives offer more details in terms of setting, in terms of plot, in terms of characterization, and all that. Prose narrative poems look at or confines itself to more salient features, more salient features, more important features. Prose narrative is a bit subtle and analytic in rendering the story. The poetry tends to be general and picturesque. Picturesque means creating a picture in the mind's eye, more general and picturesque. Now, whereas narrative poetry employs condensed language that dwells on artistic composition, the prose narrative uses ordinary language. And that's where the name comes from. It uses everyday, ordinary language, prosaic language. Right. Now we can identify the following elements in a narrative poem. In a narrative poem, as we did mention, or as I've just mentioned, that if it's a narrative poem, then it shares almost all the attributes of narrative writing. So features and characteristics of narrative poetry would include that: one, the narrator. There's a narrator at all costs. There's a narrator at all costs who presents the story or who tells the story. There's the narrator who tells the story. Now, the story is told from the perspectives you know, as in first person narration approach, third person narration approach, or a combination of them. It can be omniscient, it can be limited omniscient, it can be stream of consciousness. So all those approaches that we employ in prose fiction, the narrator in the narrative poetry can't employ them to present the message. It becomes only a means of presentation. It becomes only a means of presentation. Now, we must also appreciate the fact that if it's a narrative poem, then it must have a setting. The setting may be, get rid of your hands up, any challenge? Gertrude, your hand is up. Any challenge? Lydia, Samuel, your hands are up. Any problem?
Yes, please. Hello.
Yes,
What is it? Yeah.
Yeah, please. About the differences of the prose narrative and then narrative poetry, I want you to go over for me. Rather unfortunately, I couldn't get it very well.
Please, you stop that thing of going back because of one person. Let's all pay attention and then get the point, please. If because one person's interest, we should go over. How can we finish?
how can we finish?
You don't have a class, so position yourself before we start the class. Get through any problem.
No, sir. Please, it's not intentional. I'm working on it. I beg.
Lydia, any challenge?
Okay.
Yes, doctor. Doctor, please. Can you
Lydia.
What's my house? I
should be what? I should be slow. You are here. You. Can we please all mute ourselves, please? Get to mute yourself.
Okay, I should mute myself. Sorry, Daddy. I'm doing.
All right. So, please let us pay attention because we have a lot to cover in the 4 weeks we are meeting. Right. So, the differences between prose narrative and prose poetry is that, one, prose poetry has emotional intensity. Prose narrative doesn't build emotional intensity. Prose narrative gives more minute details in terms of certain plots, diction, characterization, and all that. Prose poetry confines itself to more salient features. 3. Prose narrative is subtle and analytical in rendering a story or the story. Prose narrative is subtle and analytical in rendering the story. Prose poetry appears to be general and creates mental pictures. Narrative poetry uses condensed language. And employs more artistic composition. Prose narrative uses everyday, ordinary language. So, Samuel, I guess this is what you wanted me to go over.
Thank you, Mr.
Now,
Sir.
let's go to the characteristics of narrative poetry we were talking about. And I said that as a narrative poem, it definitely has a storyteller or a narrator or a speaker who tells the story. And if the person tells the story, then the person would employ all or any of the point of views we have discussed last semester. That was first person narration, third person narration, omniscient narration, stream of consciousness. Any of these approaches can be used, or even a combination of them, can be used to narrate or to tell the story in a narrative poetry. We also said that narrative poems have defined settings. The settings can be immediate and short, or confined to a small context, or it can travel a number of places. It can travel a number of places. So you can have a poem set in one place and a poem set in different places. We shall see examples very soon. For instance, ballads, which are mainly brief in themselves, are set in small places, just one little place. The epic can travel over time. The metrical ballad can be in a number of settings. Good. So the narrative poetry has a starting point, has a period of suspense, has a point of climax, has a point of falling action, and it has a point of denouement, that's conclusion, resolution. So it follows the normal idea of the plot. It has characters. It has characters. And the characters are sometimes well developed in epics, well developed in metrical tales, and maybe scantily developed in ballads. It makes use of several approaches, including dialogues. Now, if it has a beginning, if it has a middle, if it has an end, then there's a sense of unity, cohesion. There's a sense of unity, cohesion, and balanced proportion in narrative poems. Balanced proportion in narrative poems. What I mean by balanced proportion is that as the narrative poems get narrated, get built, obviously, it cannot be on just the beginning. It cannot be just at the middle or just at the end. Where the message is, the narrator tries to balance it, give us a bit of a beginning, shows how the beginning rises to the climax and how it falls to the denouement. Right. Now, narrative poems, since they are poetic in nature, make use of powerful imagery. We are talking of the similes and metaphors, personifications, and those elements. Of course, it also makes use of other tropes, such as sound devices. It also makes use of other tropes, such as sound devices. Right. So we are going into some specifics of the narrative poetry. We are giving the general idea. We have given the three types of narrative poetry. We are giving the general characteristics of narrative poetry. We are giving the distinctions between narrative poetry and prose narration. Now let us pick them one by one. The first we are picking to look at is ballad. And I've told you ballad is the simplest, the easiest, easy to come by narrative poem. So ballads are usually about a common people Ballads are usually about a common people, about a common people's life, simple language, because common people, especially in the rural community, called rustic, rustic, rustic people. Not that they are rustic. Rustic means rural. It can also be pastoral, also rural. So we have uh, ballads about them. Because about common people, about rural people, about people of simplicity, the structure also appears a bit simple. The structure also appears a bit simple. But then generally, let us say that we can have two types of ballads. We can have what is called traditional or folk ballad and the literary ballad. Let's mention a few of them to you so that you can get to them. Have you got the notes, the slides?
Doctor, please, no, we don't have the slides, especially on this particular one.
But I heard someone asking which unit we are doing.
Yes, we have some of them. For instance, I have what we did last week, but what we are doing this morning, I don't have the slide.
All right, so it will come. What we do is that after teaching, then the slides will come. So that's why you take notes. And the slides may not be the absolute. So I go beyond the slides. So you take notes. When the slides come, you compare and I read the sources that will give you. So you can talk of poems such as Dust. Dust is D-U-S-T. Dust. You can talk of a poem such as Ake's Farmer's Wife. We can talk of The Cruel Mother. The Cruel Mother. We can talk of Lord Randall and others. These are traditional ballads, which I explained. Then we can also talk of La Belle Dame Sans Merci by John Keats. We can talk of The Ballad of Reading Gold by Wilde. We can talk of Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner by Coleridge, and so on. Now, if we are to look at ballads, as I said, which are usually about commonplace people, since it's a narrative poem, it will definitely tell a story. So ballads tell stories. Ballads may not start from the logical beginning of the story. It may have an abrupt beginning, A-B, R-U-P-T, abrupt beginning, especially in media res. Media res. Media res means in the middle, beginning from the middle. Begin from the middle. And if it begins from the middle, then of course it is a bit sudden and it gives the climax, the catastrophe, the climax, before it takes us to the exposition, the rising action, they come to the falling actions and then end on the conclusion. Now, for ballads, the stories are usually told through dialogue and action. Dialogue and action. Dialogue because it reflects communal life. Though we mention action, it's not a performance. But then as the dialogue goes on, we feel and see these activities that's life in the narration, right? It is usually written in line stanzas, 4-line stanzas. So it can have a number of stanzas in a ballad, but each stanza is made up of 4 with a simple rhyme scheme of A B or A B C D kind of. So it's four lines, quatrain, as we mentioned last week, and it has a simple rhyme scheme. Now, the simplicity of the rhyme scheme reflects in the simple language, reflects in the simple lifestyle of rural people, and reflects on the simplicity of the concept that is also presented. Now, one thing about the ballad is that, especially the traditional ballad, is that it is highly impersonal. The traditional ballad is highly impersonal. Highly impersonal in the sense that the traditional ballad belongs to the entire community. It's a communal creation, and therefore, the one who created it may not have direct affinity to the poem or direct affiliation to the poem. The one being talked about in the poem may be an imaginary character and not a specific character. In fact, they are mostly built around folk tales and some belief systems among them. This is in contrast to the literary ballad that we'll discuss shortly. Now, ballads of all kinds, especially traditional ballads, are created in simple incremental repetitions. Simple incremental repetitions. Others may say that it has refrains. Refrains. If you read a ballad or you listen to a ballad, you see certain portions of it repeated. It's repeated, and that creates the simple lifestyle and making it a bit musical. Now, ballads deal with single situations, single episodes, deals with single situations, single episodes. Because of the compact nature of the ballad, because of the compact nature of the ballad, because it is in 4 lines, stanza kind of, and it's about a simple life and a simple language and so on. The characters are not given much attention. Characters are not very well developed. Characters may be mentioned briefly, talked about briefly, and then the focus is on the climax and the conclusion of the story. So characters are not very strongly developed. However, the ballads have a strong dramatic element. Strong dramatic element. By strong dramatic element, we're talking of the swiftness of the action. We're talking of the vividness of the action. We're talking of the fact that when you read it, you see that the action, there's an action going on. There's an action going on. Somebody can Google for us the poem titled "Accused Farmer's Wife." Another person can also Google for us the poem titled Dust, Gust, Dust. You just say ballad, dust, it will come, and then we'll read to illustrate these. Now, with ballad, especially the traditional ballad, minimal attention is given to the surroundings, that is settings. So we just say, once upon a time, there lived somebody in a place, that's all. We're not interested in the place had trees, the place had that, and those things. So minimal attention is given to the surroundings. give it to the surroundings. There is also the use of magic or supernatural characters. There's the use of magic or supernatural characters. In the two poems that I've mentioned, if you read them, we will see elements of supernatural characters or some elements of magic in there. Now, we have supernatural characters and magic because this is what traditional life is made of. This is what traditional life is made of. The themes that we look at in ballads are usually communal tragedies. They focus on communal tragedies. Communal tragedies, it doesn't mean that it does not affect a person. It may affect a person. It may be personal. But the focus is more on the person's tragedy affecting the community more than the person himself. The person's tragedy affecting communal consciousness more than the person himself. So the themes will delve deeper into these. And we say that the themes that matter in the ballads are more of communal tragedies. And ballads make use of literary and linguistic elements for easy memorization. Ballads are short, and it's expected that people will perform it without necessarily having to look into a book, but must be able to sit down and then narrate it or say it. And because of that, because of in ballads are usually monosyllabic rhymes, repetitions, alliterations. The metaphors are not so complex metaphors, and this creates some sense of immediacy for people to appreciate it. So one, memorization comes from the monosyllabic words. When we talk about monosyllabic words, not words that are broken and then, for example, boy, man, girl, woman, kind of. So a few disyllabic and mainly monosyllabic rhymes, a lot of structural repetitions, a lot of lexical repetitions, a lot of semantic repetitions, and so on. And then it dwells also on sound devices such as alliterations, assonance, consonants, and the rest. Like I was saying, because the narration, the back is about rural people, the common people, there is a considerable intensity and immediacy. Immediacy in the sense that you read it and you feel it is closer to you, because we all belong to communities that share in these common stories. We all belong to communities that share in these common stories. I agree that some of you may stay in the cities and may be a bit removed, but then when you go back to your villages, you realize that the stories that we meet in the ballads are the stories that they get told in our individual community. So there's immediacy. Number two, because it is short, there's considerable intensity. The message is packed. So you have to unpack to get the message. And as I mentioned earlier, it also has elements of refrain and the repetition. Let us talk about major themes or major subject matters that come up in ballads, so that when you go to teaching as a ballad, you are likely to find that it is about adventure. It is about betrayal. It is about revenge. It is about murder. So these are there. There's adventure born out of bravery. There's betrayal, murder, revenge, all those things. It can also be about love. It can also be about sexuality. It can also be about unrequited love. It can also be about disappointment of all kinds. For example, if you look at the poem titled Dust, Dust, the main issue there is unrequited love and disappointment. It talks about sexuality. So it is possible to have a number of these in one poem. But then when we look at all these, we may still arrive at specific dominant, subject matter, specific dominant theme. We can talk of tragic love, tragic love, tragic love, tragic love, as you see in Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet and all those things. There's possibility of also coming across themes that are built on some sense of magic or supernatural, some sense of magic or supernatural. Of course, it is moving around individuals and the community. So, as I mentioned earlier, there could be individual or communal tragedies as well. There could be individual or communal tragedies as well. Right. Now, when we talk of ballads, as I've indicated already, it is about communal people. It is about general life. The literary and linguistic devices used in a ballad are intended mainly to help the performer to memorize the poem. So the refrains, the repetitions are all means of keeping the poems in the minds of people. That's why most songs have refrains. So if anything, when you remember the refrain, the song will come and you can sing it. So we have these repetitions that help us to re-echo the message, not just to re-echo, but also create rhythm and create the music. So that's repetition. Please, repetitions may be different from refrains. Repetitions may be different from refrains. The refrains are repeated lines or phrases in the musical sense. But the repetition may be a word, may be rephrasing, repeating a whole line, or repeating an idea, right? But then it does not necessarily give us the music, the immediate musical element of the poem. The immediate musical elements of the poem are created by the refrains, right? So we have repetitions, we have refrains. We can be incremental refrains from word to. Somebody sent a message. Can you please send it again? I didn't see it well. The repetition can be from a word to a phrase to a clause. That is incremental refrain. Um, we have mentioned that it has a rhyme scheme, which is usually in the monosyllabic words. Monosyllabic words, right? There's this thing called parallelism, 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 parallelism. Oh, okay. The lines keep breaking. Sorry. Is it stable now? Am I stable now? Thank you.
Yes, you are, Doc.
Yeah. There's this idea of a minute, a minute.
Hello, Doc.
Hello, dog.
He just escaped us.
Said,
Dog said a minute. That means he's doing something else.
But I can hear him from this side. Or maybe those complain, they should check their network.
He's breaking up.
if you can hear him, some of us cannot. His mind is breaking in his
If you are
network.
not suffering, allow those who are suffering to talk.
Let us.
Why are we like that? Sometimes when someone raises concern, you'll be there and then be saying something different.
You can say that again. Please, Jones, let's enjoy our class today.
All right, please, I'm back. I had a call, so that's why. Sorry for the interruption, though. Someone wanted to say something. Hello? Can I continue?
It is hard.
Yes, sir,
Yeah,
you
it
can
is
continue.
Yes,
hard, but
sir.
it's okay.
All right, thank you. So I was talking about parallelism. Parallelism, it's a kind of repetition. But with this kind of repetition, we may have a structure. For example, a sentence, two, three sentences, which may appear the same in every sense, except one item. Except one item. So, for example, I can say, I love Jesus. I like Jesus. I appreciate Jesus. Now you see that the structure of all these sentences are the same, the elements are the same, except these words, love, like, and appreciate. Now when it comes that way, we say that it's a structural parallelism, syntactic parallelism. And it gives us the idea of having several ways of saying the same thing. If I love him, yeah, I like him, yeah, I appreciate him. And it may be in ascending order or descending order. So we are saying that ballads also employ some elements of parallel structures. Some elements of parallel structures. And the commonest ones may be the rhetorical format. The rhetorical format. For example, I asked you to look for the poem title "Das." The poem title "Das." If you have found it, it will read this: She lived in the south by the river's mouth, and she was gently bred. She polished her saucepans every day and dusted under her bed. Now, if you look at this poem that I've read, we have several repetitive elements. We have structural repetitions, but not with the same words, and that gives us the parallel things. So one, she lived in the south by the river's mouth. They'll come to she polished her saucepan every day. We can get subject, verb, plus minus, object, or complement, and so on. And that is repetitive. If you come to the next line, and she was gently bred, then we have, and she dusted under her bed. So we have SV, SV, and then there's a departure. There's a departure. And that's the parallel structure. Parallelism creates a kind of sameness, but with some a little departure from the sameness. If I read on the poem, the second stanza says, oh, why do you polish your pants so bright and chase the dust away? And the girl comes in to say, I am to be wed, the lady said, and tomorrow is my wedding day. That's the dialogue we talked about. Then there is a supernatural element here. A man came from the edge of the town, a worker in the stone. They said create this. Create distance. They don't know where this man came from. They don't know who this man is. They don't know why this man has come. Nobody knows him. They said, and that is supernatural. There was dust in his eyebrows, dust in his clothes, and dust in the hairs of his beard. Jones, any problem?
Yes, sir, please.
Jones,
Who is the
your hand is
poet?
up. Any
Because
problem?
yes, I was asked who is the poet of dust. Who is the poet of dust? Because the one I had, it doesn't read like the one you were reading.
Is it like the one I'm reading?
Yeah, dust. He said dust. D-U-S-T. I mean, who is the poet,
Yeah.
please?
We'll get there. Right. So this indicates a sudden appearance of someone, an abrupt appearance of someone who came to the scene, and then he says, she took him in, expressing love, and the locks on the head grew red. The locks on the head grew red is emotions, feelings, and she tended the fire and laid the dust. So they made love, and then baked his daily bread, fed him, showing love. But he stamped the head and raised the dust, and scattered the amber thread, and pulled her house down about her ears, and left there for dead. So the love is not reciprocated. Reciprocated love, the disappointment, there's spiritual murder, emotional murder, there's betrayal. Oh, what shall I do without my house? And where shall I lay my head? Then somebody comes in to say, you will not cry by and by when the dust has settled, he said. Right. So the attributes or the characteristics of ballad is what we have tried to show. The poem goes on to say, so he went away, and there she lay with the hard earth for her bed. The head was cold, there was dust, he had nostrils, and over her head. So the tragic end of this character reflect the tragic end of society. Why? Because this lady is a decent lady, a clean lady, but then by accident, she welcomes a man who is not worthy of her. Now, when we look at ballads, we can say that, in fact, I mentioned that we can have a literary ballad, and then a traditional ballad. These two examples are traditional, or this example is a traditional ballad. And traditional ballads don't have authors because they belong to the society. They belong to the society. They're communally created. So there's no personal attachment to traditional ballad. Jones, are you okay now?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Could you, any problem? Your hand is up.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Doc. My issue has to do with the poem you just read. I'm looking at I think the second stanza or so, where the question is no, it's not the second stanza. I think the fifth or so. Hello.
We are listening to you.
Hello. Okay. I had wanted to find out if those lines are actually parallels, as you said. Forgive me if I don't know, but where the man is, it's like the same line, but it is the first one as whether I think the other one is like a compound sentence and it's joined by end, and the other one didn't start with the question item why, but if you look at it, it looks like that it's only that why which is hidden. So I am trying to find out from you if that qualifies to be a parallel. Thank you. But I'm searching for the actual line. I'm not getting.
We'll get more specific examples of power structure, and I will talk about parallelisms and those things as well. So let's go. We'll get back. We'll come back to those elements.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So as I was saying, we can have traditional ballads and then literary ballad. So the traditional ballad can be referred to as folk ballad or popular ballad, which is usually narratives or ballads transmitted orally, and as I indicated, they don't have ownership. They are composed by the community, and then they are narrated or told over and over again, and in most cases undergoing transformations, changes in content and changes in context, and so on. They present to the audience rural life or rustic life and all that. So let's appreciate that traditional ballads will not have authors. They reflect the people's beliefs, they reflect the people's lifestyle, they reflect the people's concepts and practices, especially rural people, common people, everyday people, down to earth people, and so on. So that's the traditional ballad. Now, though those elements of the ballads that we discussed apply to all of them, we can also mention some specific elements of traditional ballad that will help us identify them as such. Now, though we are mentioning these, plus the others I've mentioned earlier, when you read the traditional ballads, you may come across other features. You may come across other features too. So the first one we want to mention about traditional ballad is one, the impersonal nature of traditional ballad. The impersonal nature of traditional ballad. Impersonal nature in the sense that they don't have authors, they don't write about specific people, they try to generalize ideas and they try to create for the community. So if it's created by a community, it may reflect the community's belief system. It may reflect the community's ritual practices. It may reflect the community's moral sense. It may reflect the community's sense of tragedy, and so on. So it is situated in the people, for the people, about the people, and by the people. That is traditional ballad. One major feature of traditional ballad. Now, traditional ballads until recently were transmitted orally. So if you go online, you may have different versions of this poem titled That, or different versions of this poem titled The Accursed Farmer's Wife, but then they are all presenting almost the same idea, but in different languages. Because as we narrate the poem from one generation to the other, definitely certain features get lost. Certain features get lost on us. Right. Now, as we mentioned earlier, the traditional ballad would bring to fore some element of physical courage and love. And if you look at the poem we read, you can see that sense of physical courage on the part of the lady, the sense of love that got her to accept a man that she doesn't know. And if we come to our Ghanaian context, we have stories that talk about a woman who just fell in love with a stranger, and the stranger happened to be a ghost. So they'll tell you that in such instances, they are found later in cemeteries and so on. We have a story about a girl who would not accept any man except her own choice, and she found herself falling in love with Sister Bonsam. I don't know how you call Sister Bonsam, but a monster. Yeah, a monster. Yes. So there's that physical courage and then love. Now, the story that the poem we read gave us the abrupt transitions. For example, how we started, we didn't know. All we heard was that there's this lady who's always polishing her saucepans, doing this and doing that and doing that. And she was asked the question, why are you doing this? I'm going to get married. That's how she comes in, abrupt. But then the transition becomes more abrupt because there's a sudden appearance of a man on the scene, and then there's a sudden killing of the sense of love in the use of the bat. So there's abrupt transition. The characters are not well developed. We don't know them. They are just mentioned. And then we focus on the story. Right. They are just mentioned, then we focus on the story. There's also the presence of seemingly supernatural presence. There's a seeming supernatural presence. Good. I told you that the traditional ballads are about the common people, so they are mainly about domestic episodes. Good. And then the actions are also developed through dialogues. You saw that. She was asked a question and then she said, and then there was a response, and then somebody also came in to tell, they said, and all those things. So it developed through dialogue in a simple conversational language we'll call colloquial language. Simple conversation language we'll call colloquial language. Now, though the language is simple, we see the tragic situations and then sudden disasters that come up. Though the language is simple, we see the sudden disasters, tragic situations captured in the plain language. Don't forget that, okay, maybe we have not got to there. When we get there, we'll talk about that one. In drama, yeah. Just as Jones wanted to see, we have some elements of repetitions, some elements of refrains created there. It may not be so obvious repetitions, but then we have that sense of repetition in the parallel structures. In the parallel structures. Right. There's another one I would love to read. If you can Google it for me, it is titled Sir Patrick Spence. Patrick is Patrick. Spence is Spens. Spens. Now, in this poem that I'm going to read, it's also about a common people who are sailors, who must be obedient to their king, who must obey the laws of the king. So whether like it or not, when the king says you should do this, you have to do it. You have no choice to say, I will not do it. So if somebody has opened it, you can read it to us. Has anyone opened Sir Patrick Spence? Hello, are you with me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the internet people.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you opened it, sir? McLean.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. Then read it.
Job.
Yeah, read.
Yes, job.
Oh, I thought you were reading, Reza. Mark.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Tilly, have you opened it?
Yes, sir.
Then read to us.
Okay. Sir Patrick Spence. The king sits in Dunfermline town, drinking of the blood.
Town. Drinking of the blood
Okay,
red wine.
Dunfermline town. Drinking of the blood red wine. Where can I get a steedly skipper to sail this might boat of mine? Then up there spoke a bonny boy, sitting at the king's right knee. Sir Patrick Spence is the very best seaman that ever sailed upon the sea. The king has written a broad letter and sealed it up with his own right hand, sending word unto Sir Patrick to come at his command. An enemy then this must be, who told the lie concerning me, for I was never a very good seaman, nor ever do intend to be. Last night I saw the new moon clear, with the new moon in her hair, and that is a sign since we were born. That means there will be a deadly storm. They had not sailed upon the deep day, a day but barely free, when loud and boisterous blew the winds, and loud and noisy blew the sea. Then up there came a mermaiden, a comb and glass in her hand. Here's to you, my merry young men, for you will not see dry land again. Long may my lady stand, with a lantern in her hand, before she sees my bonny ship come sailing homeward to dry land. 40 miles off Aberdeen, the waters 50 fathoms deep. There lies good Sir Patrick Spence, with the Scots Lord at his feet.
Thank you.
So please-
Thank you. So you realize that all the elements that we mentioned about traditional ballads are presented or are present in this ballad that we have read about communal life, about bravery, about adventure, about superstition, in simple language, and all that. Right. So, but then couched in a beautiful artistic language. Couched in beautiful artistic language. Any question to this point? Any question to this point? Yeah, Mark.
Yes, Doc. Doc, do we have the element of rhetorical questions in this type of poems? Because I saw, I think that there was one in the first poem, and this one, the first stanza, I think the fifth line, it says to seal this boot of mine. I don't know if you can consider that as the rhetorical questions.
Is that Mark?
Yes, please, Doc.
Yeah. All right. Any other question? Okay. So if there are no questions, Mark, if you could identify, then it is there, and then relate. Let me say that distance mode of studies gives about 20-30% of the work to the facilitator. Because I know that the few minutes we meet here, 4 hours a week, and then we go away, a course that people use about 3 months to study, have regular meetings. You are using just about 4 meetings to do it, compact. You wouldn't have that enough time with the teacher to do it. So you do a number of readings yourself. So what we do is I will give you the guidelines, and then you apply them. That's how we will share notes, we will share slides, and so on. So we try to identify these things ourselves as we go on. Thank you. The next thing I want to talk about is the literary ballad. I told you we have traditional ballad and a literary ballad. Now, the major thing about literary ballad is that it is more elaborate and more complex, and it has defined specific writer or poet who uses devices and conventions of the older verse narration. In effect, the poet of literary ballad may cause changes to traditional ballads. Now, what happened was that when English was developing, growing in England, people would look for we look for traditional ballads and start writing them. So people will read to develop their language. So a very good example is John Keats, La Belle dans Saint Merci. We shall read it very soon, and then others that we'll find. What they do is that they go to traditional ballads, get them, write them in a different way, in a way that makes it a little more complex, a little more elaborate, a little more stylish to reflect the writer. So, what are the characteristics of literary ballad? One, the literary ballad has a defined author. We know the one who writes it. It comes with their names, unlike the traditional ballad. The literary ballad has more polished style, self-conscious in itself, or self-conscious in its use of poetic techniques. So the one writing it knows what he's writing, knows how to write it, and then he writes it more effectively. Now, in the literary ballad, the poet gives priority to the story and action over songs. In the traditional ballad, we have songs, we have other things because it is communal in nature. But then in literary ballad, the focus is more on the story and the action than songs. Now, the subject and then the object of literary ballads have personal identities. They have personal identities. Who is disturbing us? Their personal identities, because, as I said, the stories are composed from the poet's perspective. Even if it is an adaptation, it still has some elements of the poet's characteristics. Right. So let's look at some midpoint differences between traditional ballad and literary ballad. I don't know if some of you can tell me, from what you have said, what do you think are some of the differences between traditional ballad and the literary ballad?
Kwaku, you are disturbing. Kwaku.
Those disturbing us, please mute yourself. Yeah. Where is that? Is that Mark? Mark, let's hear you.
Okay, so traditional ballads do not have authors because they are communally owned, whereas the literary ballads have authors.
If you were to write this in examination, you need to illustrate it and explain further. And what are the effects of not having authors? What are the effects of having authors? What are the effects of being communally owned? What are the effects of making it personally owned? Yeah, Tilly, let's hear you.
Hello, sir. Thank you. Please, I also wanted to talk about the traditional ballads not having a known author, but the literary ballads having authors. So you were talking about the effect of it. I think the effect when it comes to the traditional ballad, I think
That's what has been said. Can we go on? Is it Awuria?
Yes, sir. At least I would say that
Yeah, let's hear you.
the traditional ballads were originally meant to be recited or sung orally with a focus on the rustic people or the pastoral people, while the literary ballads were written for specific audience with a focus on expression they are expressing their emotions. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Any other? All right. Then let's add that. Let's add that. Yes, it's true. Traditional ballads have no authors. Literary ballads have. Traditional ballads were meant to be sung. Literary ballads are meant to be read and enjoyed. You understand that? Now, the next point is that the degree of impersonalization is higher in traditional ballad than it is in literary ballad. In traditional ballad, there's impersonation, there's impersonalization. In literary ballad, there is personalization. There's personal involvement in literary ballad. Now, in traditional ballad, there is ambiguity in the story itself. Ambiguity in the story itself in the sense that some portion of the story may have been lost. If you go back to read the poems I've mentioned, the dust, Separatus Pence, and all that, you will see that the connections are not strongly there. Certain portions are lost. That creates ambiguity. But in literary ballad, the ambiguities are deliberately created for effect. You can see that the ambiguity is not in the loss of information, but then it's in the loss, it's in the twist of something for literary effects. Right. So these are the few things. Let me also add that literary ballads have well-polished styles that reflect the taste of the poet or the persona, the poet. The traditional ballad will not have well-polished style to reflect whose taste. It comes in simple expression and so on. Let's get an example of a literary ballad to read. And I have with me, or before me, a poem titled La Belle Dame Sans Merci. La Belle Dame Sans Merci by John Keats. You can look for it. John Keats is Keats. John Keats. La Belle, L-A is French. B-E-L-L-E, Dame, D-A-M-E, Sans, S-A-N-S, Merci. Merci. M-E-R-C-I. Merci. Right. Has anyone opened it for us? Has anyone opened
Yes,
it?
sir.
Who?
Sir, I have, but I don't know if.
Tilly?
Yes, sir, I have opened, but I don't know if I can read.
Yeah, I wish somebody else can open and read.
So I've opened it.
Who?
Sir, can I read?
Who has opened it?
Nana Ray.
All right, let's hear you.
La Belle Dame Sans Merci by John Keats. Oh, what can ill be? Night at arms, alone and palely loitering. The sedge has withheld from the lake, and no bird sing. Oh, what can ill be? Night at arms, so haggard and so way begone. The squirrel's granny is full, and the harvest done. I see a lily on my brow, with anguish moist and fever dew,
Please
and on
open
the
your
cheek
eyes, open
a
your
fading
eyes,
rose.
open your eyes.
I see a lily on thy brow, with anguish moist and fever dew, and on thy cheek a fading rose, fast wilted too. I met a lady in the meat, full, beautiful, a fairy child. Her hair was long, her foot was light, and her eyes were wild. I made a garland for her head, and bracelet too, and a fragrant zone. She looked at me as she did laugh, and made sweet moan. I set her on my pacing steed, and nothing else saw all day long. For sidelong would she bend, and sing a fairy song. She found me root of relish sweet, and honey wild, a manna dew, and sure in language strange, she said, I love thee true. Thank you. Say I'm done.
You have not finished.
Hello.
There are some, the others more. You have not finished.
Okay. I thought I was done, so let me go back and check because I didn't see any other.
Who can continue, please?
She took me to her
Yeah, go on.
elfin.
Jones.
She took me to her elfin grounds, and there she wept and sighed full sore. And there I shut her wide eyes with kisses full, and there she killed me asleep, and there I dreamed. Ah, woe betide! The latest dream I ever dreamed on the cool hillside. I saw pale kings and princesses, pale warriors, their pale were they all. They cried, La belle dame sans merci, do you have in foul? I saw their carved lips in the gloom. The horrid warning gaped wide, and I awoke and found me here on the cold hill's side. This is why I sojourn here, alone and palely loitering, though the sedge is withered from the lake, and no birds sing.
Good. So in this, we see the use of repetition, the use of refrain. There is superstition, magic. There is bravery. There's love. There's betrayal, and several others. But then one thing is that this poem, which had been the poem of the English for long, but even a French poem. This poem, which is a French poem, French ballad, had been adopted by John Keats and then written in English, and it reflects the language, the culture, the beliefs of the people, and events of the time. But it also realizes that this poem may not be so much relevant to just the people of the time, but then today too, what beautiful women are doing to men all over the world. You fall in love and then they end up destroying you. I'm not saying that this is what all women do, but that's the focus. That's the focus of the poem. Good. So let's continue. Right. Now, having done with, yeah, Edward, Tilly, your hands are up. Any problem?
Yes, Doc. Please, there's a question I want to ask.
Let's hear you.
I wanted to find out that with these studies, we are learning it for life and also for examination. So with the life aspect, we will move on with that. And then for the examination aspect, I want to find out if questions will be set on this poem, and how do we go about attempting in a way of answering or solving questions based on this poem, whether the literal ballad or the
Gentlemen,
traditional.
I don't teach that thing, please. I don't teach that thing. I don't teach for examination. I teach knowledge. So questions will be said, and you have to get the knowledge and apply the knowledge to the question.
That's true.
I'm not comfortable when I teach a student are asking questions. So when a question is said, how do you answer it? I don't go by that, please.
Okay.
Tilly, let's hear you.
Okay, so thank you. So please, I'm a bit lost here about the feature of the literary ballad, about its ambiguity. Please, I don't know if you can help me a bit. Thank you.
Do you understand ambiguity?
Yes, sir.
What does it mean?
Like not being clear, something not being clear. That's how I understand ambiguity.
Class, can anyone help her with ambiguity? Meaning of ambiguity?
Doc,
Yes,
a
sir.
statement that has meaning tend to have
Please, you
multiple
raise your hand, I
meanings.
will call you. You don't just get up and start talking. Wait, sir.
Yeah, when you say something is ambiguous, it means it has a lot of interpretations. It doesn't have one meaning.
All right. So, Tilly, when we talk ambiguity, as they've said, it could have multiple interpretations. That's fine, and it's a way of creating beauty and deeper meaning in a poem. I told you to read the paper last week. Did you? The paper on the roof town. Did I mention it to you? That did I? Oh, nobody's responding.
No, Doc.
Fine. Then there's a paper online that you can look for. It is titled Ambiguity as a Communicative Tool. Ambiguity as a Communicative Tool. And when you read that paper, you'll get several interpretations there. Now, it does not mean that if you pick any poem, all the features you have mentioned will be found in that poem. It doesn't mean that because you are talking about features of a ballad, any ballad you pick, you should have all those features. No. A minute, please.
Kwaku, your mic is on all along, disturbing.
Please, the class. Will anyone give me the author of the poem that you just read? Thank you very much. The author of the poem.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, Kweku, let's hear you. All right. So I was talking about ambiguity and the fact that all the features we have talked about, it does not mean that anytime you pick any ballad, you will see all the features. No. But then when they are there, we should be able to see their relevance. Tilly, are you okay?
Yes, sir, I'm okay. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. So let's continue with Epic. Now, for Epic, I'm trying to just introduce it to you, and I'll ask you to do an assignment on Epic and the ballad so that when we come next week, we share. Right. Now, Epic is a narrative poem. There are two types of epic, and they have some social relevance. Let's read something here to you. That epic is an extended or long narrative poem about the deeds of warriors, heroes, establishers of towns, communities, and so on. It is usually told on a grand scale and unfolds the history or mythology of a people, nation, or race. Pardon explains an epic as a polygonal heroic story incorporating myth, legend, folktale, and history. It tells the adventures and deeds of a hero in a great detail so that it ends up telling the story of a nation. Let me take Cardon's explanation of epic again. What Cardon describes or explains of an epic is that epic is polygonal, Polygonal, polygonal heroic story that incorporates myth, legend, folktale, and history. Epic tells the adventures and deeds of a hero in detail so that it ends up telling the story of a nation. This is the opening of it. Now, focus on
Hey, awesome.
the focus on the nation is that epics are of national significance. Epics are of national significance because they embody the history and aspirations of a nation, and that is why they are often presented in lofty, grandiose manner, lofty, elegant language. Right. Now, we will also say that epics are closely tied to nations and cultures, as I mentioned earlier. But then they differ from culture to culture and language to language. But then the generic motive of the epic is that it usually excites admiration. They usually excite admiration because they recount the great deeds of people. They show the great achievements of people. They inspire others. They cause us to appreciate. For example, if we look at the Ever epic that culminated in the celebration of Homochocho and Hubechocho, it tells us of the cleverness of the Evers, how they managed to fight or to escape from the clutches of a wicked king, Agokoli. Now, though the Ever epic has its ballad form in a song composed by, is it Nana Kwame Ampedu or Konedu, one of them, where we are told that 3 animals went to the tiger to buy something from tiger. When they go to tiger thought that he was going to use these animals, goat, sheep, and then a dog, to feast. So he sang a song that tomorrow his soup will be nice. And then one of the goats heard the song and they told the 2 others. So when they went to sleep, they were kept in a muddy room and they asked for water, pickers, and a shovel. So the night when Tiger was asleep, Tiger was sitting in front of the door. The animals were digging the back of the room and they escaped. So that story finds expression in how the Evers also fetched water to weaken the wall that Agokoli had built around them, and then they managed to escape. So there's that sense of bravery, there's that sense of admiration, there's that sense of excitement, there's that sense of awe in all these. So it ends with a triumph over some difficulties. Triumph over some difficulties. In other words, the epic, which is a long narrative poem, celebrates the heroic achievements of a person or a people. Right. So epics treat themes that have historical, national, religious, or legendary significance. Good. Now, if we come to epics in Ghana, for instance, in the past, we can remember epics such as the one that established Asebu, a village near Cape Coast, where we are told of a giant who came to the town, the place, not the town, the place, through whom the place was established. This giant could weed a whole town in a day and not get tired. He will sharpen his cutlass and then try the sharpness of the cutlass on human beings. He will drink water and in the process even swallow somebody's child without knowing. So epics about such a person is to create admiration for the wonderful beginning of the people. Of course, it also creates awe, AWE, because when we go back to that town, we want to see what the town has made of that person's achievement. I've mentioned that of the Anglo people Volta region. I've also mentioned in passing that of the Ashantis, where they say, you know, being a community, and so on. But then when we travel outside Ghana to Africa, we know of Sondiata of Mading people. We know of Mwendo of Central Africa people. And close to us in Nigeria, we have the Ozidi of Ija people. All over the world, we can talk of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. We can talk of Virgil's Aeneid. We can talk of Milton's Paradise Lost, Gilgamesh, Beowulf, and so on. So, the epic has been with us time immemorial. And as I said, they are not long narrative poems. They recount the attributes of a people. I mentioned earlier that we can talk of epics in two senses. That's the primary or primal or oral or primitive epics, such as the Gilgamesh, the Iliad, Odyssey, Beowulf, etc. Now, the traditional epics, the primary epics, the oral epic or the primal epic or primitive epics, they talk about the formation of a people, of life. So, when you research epics, you're not looking at an individual, you're looking at a community, you're looking at the people, how they emerged, what they did to make themselves what they are. When we talk of secondary or literary epic, they were looking at an individual's artistic sense, as we saw with the traditional ballad and then literary ballad. So in the literary or secondary epic, we can talk of Milton's Paradise Lost, we can talk of Virgil's Aeneid, we can talk of Lucan's Pharsalia, and so on. Now, primitive, traditional, primal, or also called classic epics, they belong to oral traditions I've mentioned, and it is shaped by traditional legends, traditional stories of heroes, and they are composed orally and recited to audience. Traditional epics are recited to audience. Now, they are developed from popular ballads, built on from popular ballads, such as Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, which are very close to historical ballads of the Greeks. Let us also note that most of the primitive epics have authors, since they were written down at a point. They have authored because now they have been written down. But then it stands to still say that they are primitive because they belong to the people, so we can trace the original sources of them. Now, primitive epics are spontaneous, they are simple, they are sincere, and they have the strong sense of expression, the strong power of expression. The language is rich, the language is elegant, the language is very literary. Right. Let's pause here. We'll come back in the next 20 minutes time. So we'll come back at 9:20. Let's pause here.
Please, those with the slides of last week can share it for us. I beg.
Colleagues, when are we coming back? When he was speaking, my line, there was a break, so I didn't hear
He
exact time
said
when we are
20
coming back.
minutes. 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so he said he will come back. That's 9:20.
Around 9:15.
20
9:55.
minutes will be around 9:15. It's not. It's
Yes.
9. It's now 8:55.
Yes.
But he said 9:20.
Well, I heard 20 minutes. I didn't hear 9:20, so maybe.
Please, the course rate. I learned last week. We gave you some this assignment to go and do. Or I don't know whether you've done it or not. Then I want to know whether you've done it.
Hello, class. Please, I've seen a lot of slides displayed on our platform. I don't know whether they belong to, are they from the lecturer himself, or I can't even tell which one is the last week's slides. I can't tell, so I don't know. If one can share the one, the slides we got last week. If we can, one can share it on this platform for us. Because there are a whole lot of slides I can see on the platform. I don't know which one is related to the course. Hello, Jones. If you are there, could you help me? Jones.
Robin.
Is it from my end or the lecture has gone? Please, are we on break?
Yes, we are on break. I think by 9:15 thereabouts. We'll be back.
Also, continue very much.
Mary, 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 your microphone is on. Please mute. Everything that is being done is being recorded. So please mute. Dennis, please mute. Dennis, don't press.
All right, you are welcome back.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Yeah. So let's continue with what we were talking about. One, we were talking about the epic, and wanted to say that the epic is a long narrative poem that seeks to present some historical, religious, social, political accounts of a people or a person's heroic activities. And we have established that there are two types of epic. We have, just like we have the ballad, the literary ballad, and then the traditional ballad. We have literary epic and traditional epic. The traditional epic can be captured in so many ways, as a primitive epic, as a classical epic, as a primer epic, and all those things. And we're saying that if it is a classical epic or traditional epic or primitive epic, then it belongs to the oral tradition. And it's therefore shaped by the legends and traditions of a hero or the heroic activities of a people. We also said that the traditional epics were composed orally and are recited to audience. In fact, the epic, those who recite the epic are mostly called groids. Groid. I know the word groid has come to be associated with all forms of traditional performers, but groid in its real sense is that the person, the one who knows, understands, and recites the histories, the legends, the myth of a people. So it is the Groits who have this duty of reciting traditional epics. Now, we have also mentioned that, of course, those in the classical period, I'm talking about the Homer and the rest, they were very much aware that the traditional epic, if it stayed in its original form as oral, it might lose its essence. So they wrote it, and we have them. Now, the fact that they are written does not take away the fact that it was once upon a time a traditional epic in the oral form. It does not negate that idea. Now, because traditional epics are about a people, about the emergence of a community, about the heroic deeds of not just one person, but the generosity of a people, of course. Could you spell what? I could say which word do you want me to spell? All right. Can I go on?
Yes, Doc.
Can I go? All right. Someone wanted me to spell a word,
Yes,
and that's
Pablo,
what I
someone
wanted
is
to.
disturbing at the background. Someone is disturbing at the background.
That is Mary. Mary microphone is on.
Doc, maybe it's the Groit you mentioned, but Groit is Griots, Groit. Or
All right. Can I continue? Can I continue?
Mary, please mute. Mary.
Right. Oh,
Yeah, they still in the class. All this is being recorded.
Joseph Godfred too.
Maybe she's doing something else, not knowing that maybe it's disturbing the class.
Samia Sabo.
all right. Let me do my job. Yeah. So I was saying that because the traditional epics are about a people, it tends to reflect the moral consciousness of the people. So it is believed that um, it is a bit close to the ballad, and the traditional epic is an expanded form of the ballad. You know, in ballad, mostly we just deal with a simple life, and then when this is expanded into the legend, then we look at it in the legend of the nation. So primitive epic, therefore, is a spontaneous thing. We don't think about it before we compose. It's with us. It is part of us. So it is spontaneous. It overflows. It is simple. It is sincere, and it has a strong power of expression. That it uses elegant language. It uses elevated language. It employs tools that are really of relevance to the linguistic expression. Right. Then we come to the primitive, traditional, classical epic once again, and we say that it has several defects, in the sense that the characters are not well conceived, well analyzed. The plot is a bit simplified and inadequately treated. Inadequately treated. The episodes and changes in fortune are poorly prepared and often left unaccounted for. These are so because, just as we said of the ballad, the traditional epics do not have any skillful, apart from the Groys presenting being skillful in their own right. If we should measure them in the context of our knowledge of stylistics, how style applies in creative compositions, then of course it will fall short of a lot of things. When we compared the literary ballad with the traditional ballad, we saw the simplicity of the language in the traditional ballad and the complexities in the literary ballad. We saw the skills employed in the literary ballad as against the almost none skill in the traditional ballad. So that's the same with the traditional epic. And I will urge you to read Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, and you would appreciate that. The next thing we're talking about is the secondary epic or literary epic. And of course, this one is written and it's a consciously produced by a sophisticated poet who adopted aspects of traditional epic for specific literary and ideological purposes. So the literary ballad, the literary epic, mostly is an adaptation from traditional epic, but then modified for ideological, stylistic, etc. purpose. And the adaptation reflects in its style and structure. The adaptation reflects in its style and structure. For example, the literary epics developed from modern literary epics were developed from the models of Homer's epic, right? For example, John Milton's Paradise Lost was created from Homer's epic. So Milton read Homer's epic and then developed his from that, right? And we know Homer's epic. Homer's epic talks about the creation of the Roman Empire, the fight between the Trojans, and then others, and so on. So in Milton's Paradise Lost, he looks at the myth of creation, from the Bible through to the struggle between powers of the universe as recorded in the book of Isaiah, and so on. So the literary epic is a built on the traditional epic. And because of that, the literary epic, of course, which has individual owners, has some sense of conscious artistic production. The style is complex, the language is polished, the structure is elaborate with beautiful, meaningful features and all that. Good. Now let's look at the general features or characteristics of epic. General features or characteristics of epic. Right. Can I go on? Hello, can I go on?
Hello, sir. Yes, please.
All right. So we are looking at the features of epic. The features of epic. Can you tell me, from all we've said so far, can you tell me some of the features of epic?
Sir, epic poems, they are lengthy.
Please, you don't do that in my class. You raise your hand, we'll call you, and then you talk. You don't just get up and then. Yeah, Tilly, let's hear you.
So please, epic poems talks about heroes or heroic characters.
All right. So we're talking about heroic characters, heroic endeavors of a people, and so on. Yeah. Any other? Any other? Yeah. Is that Awuna? Awura?
It's a ra.
Awura Puku. Ewura.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I know Ewura
Please,
is
it
key.
has a,
Anyway, go on.
sir, it has supernatural element.
Yeah. There are some supernatural elements. Yeah. Yeah. George? George, yeah, let's hear you.
Yes, please. Epic poems also have vast settings.
Pardon?
The house settings are vast. The house settings in a grand style.
Grand style. Okay.
They are grand
Okay.
style settings.
All right. So let's look at them. Let's look at them. One, it was lengthy, usually lengthy. Uh, Now, what Epic does is that because it is lengthy, it tries to be elaborate in almost everything that it captures. So, for example, we say that epics make use of epic similes. Epic similes. Now, by epic similes, we are talking of a simile extending to about 15-20 lines involving elaborate comparisons. You know, simile is about comparison. So if we talk of epic simile, then we are looking at a situation where the simile is not just in as beautiful as, but then that conscious effort in building the simile, so it becomes so obvious, right? 3, it often opens with an invocation. Just as when libation is performed, it opens with invocation, calling on gods, calling on ancestors, calling on those and that and that. Epic also opens with invocation of the muse, as in muse, muse, and a formal statement of the theme. What's the meaning of muse? Has anyone an idea of what a muse is? Has anyone an idea of what the muse is? All right. In the creation of literature, it is believed that there's a spirit or there are spirits behind whatever one does. So when it comes to the creation of literature, the spirit that possesses, motivates, influences one to write or compose a poem, a song, or anything literary is called muse. So because the epic has a unique nature, it is believed that before you can perform epic, you should invoke the spirit of the muse. We should invoke the spirit of muse so that we'll be able to get properly inspired to do the creation. Good. 4, epics are highly metrical. Epics are highly metrical. Metrical in the sense that it follows meter. It follows meter. Right. Now, we know that in most cases it is written in blank verses. Now, blank verses does not mean it cannot be metrical. Blank verses means that it doesn't rhyme at the end. But within it uses the metrical structure, and the meter of the epic is usually 6 stressed syllables per line. 6 stressed syllables per line. What is the name of the six stressed syllable per line? How do you call it?
Stretch.
6 is what?
Stretch.
Any idea what 6 is?
Next.
Yes. Mark.
Yeah, that is the hexameter. Hexameter.
Hexameter, thank you. Hexameter, thank you. So it is dactylic hexameter. Dactylic hexameter. DACTYLIC. Dactylic hexameter. Yeah, Joyce, your hand is up. Any problem?
No, doc, please, I wanted to answer, but so I'll take my hand off. Thank you. It has been on.
That's okay. That's okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So dactylic hexameter, that is what is mostly seen in epics. Good. Now, epics portray one complete action. They portray one complete action. So the story may be long, it may be long, but then it still portrays one complete action, not multiple actions. This is because epics belong to the classical period of writing, and they rely on Aristotle's concept of unity of action, which is that it must tell one story, and that story must have a beginning, a middle, and an end. A beginning, a middle, and an end. So the epic has all these, and then they are completely related to have cohesion. They are related to have cohesion. Good. However, in the course of telling the story, there are a series of digressions. What does it mean to say digression? What do you mean of digression? That's series of digressions. What does it mean?
Branches.
Yeah, Lydia?
Please, it's a 10.
Pardon?
A 10 or voter.
A 10?
Yes, please.
Joyce?
It's like deviation from the main idea.
Thank you. A departure from the main idea. Lydia, digression is not a 10 or Boita. That's a different thing altogether. Good. So, because the epic is long, they have to bring in a lot of elaborations, digressions here and there, events that are not related, scenes that are not essential to the progress of narration, etc., so that we can keep the length of the story. Now, epic usually have the movement of the plot independent of the character. The plot has nothing to do with the character. I will explain those when we done drama.
Yes, doc. Yes, doc.
We have done drama.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good. And I believe I did mention to you that Aristotle's drama is focused on the plot and not the character. So anything that has to relate with Aristotle, the plot is more important than the character, because it's believed that it is the plot that determines what the character must do. So the epic focuses on the movement of the plot instead of the movement of the character, the development of the plot instead of the development of the character. Now, the epic has a geographical setting that is extensive and sometimes cosmic. So we can have military, national, religious settings. So, for instance, if you look at Homer's Iliad, it travels over the sea, the land, sometimes in the sky, and all that. So the setting is geographic, all right, but then it is extensive. It's extensive. There's the presence of central hero who may be semi-divine hero. Like I mentioned, Asebu. Yes, he's a central character. He's a human being, but he's seen as a giant and therefore a semi-hero. A semi-hero. Good. So this semi-hero has extended or undertakes extended exotic journeys, and he has encounters with supernatural beings such as gods, angels, demons, fighting them and then winning to make the central character a superhuman. A superhuman. Good. Epics celebrate heroic achievement, heroic battles, etc. And in celebrating the heroic achievement, there is the demonstration of bravery and heroism, the demonstration of courage and love, revenge, etc. It is more free and broad in terms of how the actions are presented. It employs all techniques of performance, including flashback, dialogue, media res, foreshadows, and so on. Right. I would want you to, at a point, share with me the differences between, okay, let's do it now. Differences between ballad and epic poetry. Can we look at differences? Differences between ballad and epic. Yeah, Nana, I will.
Doctor, please, from my observation, I realize that the epics are lengthy, they are long, and then the ballads are short.
Sure. That is the first thing we see. That first thing we see. Yeah, Tilly.
Okay, sir, thank you. Please, one of the differences is that the ballad it has a simple language, but then the epic has more complicated language. Or it's
Thank
well
you.
structured than the ballad. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The ballad is simple, reflects simplicity, whereas the epic is complex in nature, complex in structure, complex in language, complex in narration, complex in everything. Thank you. Yeah, Eura.
Yes, sir, please. Ballads are written in quatrains, but epics are written in dactylic hexameter.
I see. I see. Quatrains are the number of lines. Dactylic hexameter is the syllables. So let's say that the ballad is not necessarily written. Yeah, it follows a meter. Yeah, it follows a meter, but the meter is not dactylic kind of. The meter can be iambic, pentameter. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Any other? Any other idea? All right. So one, we have said that both types are narratives. The narrative poems, they narrate stories. However, the ballad is short, The epic is long. The ballad is supposed to be sung on occasions and not to be narrated. The epic is purely a narration. Purely a narration. Whereas the epic, the ballad talks about the life of a simple person. The epic talks of important characters of or heroic deeds of a specific society. Good. Yeah, that is it. That is it. Now, both differ in style. While the ballad is composed in a simple language, as we mentioned earlier, the epic is in a lofty, elevated language and style. Elevated language and style. Good. Right. So we are continuing. We are continuing. We are continuing. We said that there are three types of narrative poems. Please, we've mentioned ballad, we've mentioned epic. Which is the third one? Tilly, is your hand up?
Sorry, sir, I forgot
Thank
to
you.
put my hand down.
Yeah, so which is the third one? Oh, no one is showing a hand. Yeah, Lydia.
Please, I remember Metrica. Metrica.
Metrica what?
Metrica tales.
Thank you. Metrica tales or metrica romance. Metrica tales or metrica romance. Yeah, thank you for that. Now, when we talk of metrica tales, as I mentioned, one, it is a tale. It is a tale, a well-developed tale, but then this time in a poetic form. And it appeared mainly during the Renaissance period, and from then on, it has developed into modern day stages of poetry as we do it. So metrical tale or romance, metrical romance, is a story of adventure, love, and chivalry. 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 Now, romance and happy endings were the most important components of these poems. Romance and the happy endings are the most important components of metrical tales. Metrical tales. Good. Now, metrical tales, characteristics of metrical tales. Lydia, is your hand up?
Sorry,
Thank you.
please.
Characteristics of metrical tales would include one, its length varies. Its length varies. It can be the size of a short story or as long as a novel. As long as a novel. Metrical tales relate to real or fictional events. Real or fictional events. Metrical tales make use of elements of mystery and the supernatural. Elements of mystery and the supernatural. It uses straightforward language. It uses straightforward language and relates to a wide range of subjects, characteristics, experiences, both physical and emotional. Both physical and emotional. Now, let me mention to you some examples of metrical tales. Some examples of metrical tales. We have say Gawain. Gawain is Gawain. Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. Green Knight. Knight is Knight. Yeah. There we have Lady of the Last Minstrel. Lady of the Last Minstrel. Good. But the commonest examples we can talk of are found in a book titled Canterbury Tales. Canterbury Tales. Canterbury is a city in UK, which happens to be the headquarters of the Anglican Church, Canterbury. Now, the tales refers to stories. It is believed that Christians normally go on pilgrimage. Christians normally go on pilgrimage. So, since the journey to a pilgrimage is long, they go in groups, and as they traveled, in the evenings, they will spend time in inns. Today we call hotels and guest houses. Whenever they met at the inn or the guest house, they will share stories. Now, these stories are presented in poetic forms. They are presented in poetic forms. So, when you get the book Chaucer, Geoffrey Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, please get hold of it and read some. It's so beautiful. It's so sweet to read them. They enlighten you and make you understand some issues of life. Yeah. So for the metrical tales, we can make reference to Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, and we have several examples. And the metrical tales are mostly told in the first person narrative. They are mostly told in the first person narrative. Now, from what I said so far, what do you think would be the nature of the themes and subject matter of metrical tales? Any idea? Yeah, John.
Love.
Love,
Yes.
fine. Love, fine. Any other? Any other? All right. So you can talk of quarterly love. Yeah, Tilly.
So please, I think they also have happy endings.
Yeah, love and then romance will definitely give you happy endings. But then it also talks about adventures of great men and women. Adventures. Kojo, Kojo Tafari.
Yes, Doc. Please, I think it's also going to have hypocrisy as its theme. One of the themes, please.
I see.
Yeah.
But then if it's about the heroic deeds of a character, how can we be talking about hypocrisy?
Okay, Doc. My issue has to do with the Canterbury Tales, as you stated. The to the sisters. I mean, one was wearing whatever. I read it some time ago, but it's like the person talked about can be compared to a Roman sister or something today, who by the description of the whole story was doing something that was directly opposite to that Christianity thing in appearance. Thank you, Doc. That is why I'm saying this.
So the stories were told to teach lessons, right? So it was the lesson of hypocrisy. Yeah. But we will not use that one to generalize all. There was an underlying motive, right? All right. So those brings us to the end of the narrative poetry. We'll go to the lyrical poetry, but I think I'll need to take some questions. Lydia, is your hand up?
Yes, Doc.
Let's hear you.
Please, you made mention of the characteristics, and you said that one is to make use of elements of mystery and supernatural. So please, I would like to ask if supernatural can also be one of the themes.
Yeah, there are elements of supernatural. There are elements of supernatural in epics. Yeah, I think we mentioned it. Supernatural, mystic, magic, they are all there. That's what we talked about. Someone, it could be that a person fights a supernatural entity, like this boy did. What's his name? Jacob. Jacob fighting an angel and winning over the angel. Yeah. Any other question? Would you say hand up?
Yes, Doc.
Let's hear you.
Doc, like you rightly mentioned, our time is very short. Now, the poems that you have mentioned, they are many. So I would like to plead with you if we are to specialize in.
Don't go there, please. Samuel, can we hear
All right,
you?
all right, thank you, Doc.
So he said that's one of the characteristics of the metrical tales is that it uses straightforward language. So please, will you please explain further for us to understand how it uses the straightforward language? Thank you very much.
Which one don't you understand? Is it straightforward? Is it straightforward or language? Which one don't you understand?
Yeah, sir, please. I want to understand further about how metric uses straightforward language, and also give us one example of that. If you give us one example about that, I'll be very, very happy about that. Thank you very much.
All right, so go and read the poem, the tale titled Franklin's Tale by Chaucer. Franklin's Tale by Chaucer. And you realize that the language is very prosaic, the language is very colloquial, the language is direct. And that's what I mean by straightforward language. That's okay?
Yes, please.
All right. All right. So let us attempt to introduce ourselves to the lyrical poetry. And then when we come back next week, we'll delve deeper into that. Slides on these will be shared tomorrow. Since you have those who have that of Unit 1, the first meeting we had, you can share. We don't have a platform for me to put it on. So maybe if there's a need to create one, fine. Do you have a platform?
Yes, Doc.
Yes, Doc.
Yes. Yes.
I see. So we can share that one later. Right. So lyrical ballad comes from the word lyric. What does it mean? What do you mean of lyric? Yeah, Tafari.
Doc, my understanding is that a type of poem that expresses the idea and then the thoughts of the poets. Thank you.
Come again.
Lyric, from my understanding, that's a type of poem that expresses the ideas and then the thoughts of the poets. Thank you.
I see. Yeah, Tilly.
Okay, sir, please, my understanding of lyric has to do with music, something that is sung. That is how I understand it, like melody.
Yeah, Mutala.
So I agree with the Tilly that lyric has something to do with music or songs.
Come again.
I say I agree with Tilly that when we say lyric, we mean music or song or something
All right.
that can be sung.
All right. So that is the issue. That lyric poetry, we're talking of a composition that can be sung, because the ballad, we talk of ballad and epic, we talk of reciting. That an epic, a lyric, we talk of singing. Talk of singing. All right. Now, in our attempts to define lyric poetry, let us get views of some scholars and what they say on or about lyric. So, William Neris,
The Nerys is Nerys. William Nerys describes lyric poetry as the immanence of the self, and its centrality is within the composition as the subject of the writing and the role of language as a transparent medium of communicating intense emotion. This is where the interest is. Intense emotion. This is where the interest is. So, Neri describes lyric as the immanence of the self, reflection of the self, and its focus is within the composition. Its focus within the composition is as the subject of writing and the role of language as a transparent medium for communicating intense emotions. So you must understand that when we come to lyric poetry, emotion is very intense. Emotion is very intense. So the word lyric traces to two things: lyra, which is a musical instrument, and then melic, as Tilly mentioned, melody, etc. So lyric poetry was traditionally sung to accompaniment of a musical instrument. So those of you who are familiar with the Bible, Psalms, you will come to terms with David using a lyre, Lyre, yeah, using the lyre to do it. So out of it we got the word lyric. So for the premise we have set so far, the lyric poetry is a poem or a verse that can be sung to the accompaniment of a musical instrument, or a verse, a poem, a verse or a poem that expresses intense personal emotions or feelings. Intense personal emotions or feelings of a single speaker. Right. Now, the musicality is crucial in heightening the emotions of the speaker. So lyric poetry is highly musical, and through the music, it expresses the emotional state, the emotional thought of the speaker, and it creates a cause for that reflection as well. Let us do a quick comparison between lyric and then lyric poetry and the narrative poetry. Let us do a quick comparison between the lyric poetry and the narrative poetry. One, for us, lyric poetry presents emotions that may be personal to the poets. The narrative poetry focuses on stories they tell. The narrative poetry focuses on stories they tell. They don't deal with emotions. Now, lyric poetry does not tell tales. It sings about the tales. And it allows emotions to dominate the song it sings. Let me take it again. The narrative
poetry tells a tale. Excuse me, please.
Hello. Hello, please. Am I lost or we are still on? Hello.
Please, you are not lost. Dog has excused us, so we are
Okay.
waiting for him.
All right. So I was saying that whereas the lyrical poetry does not tell stories, but sings about the stories and it brings out the emotions in the narrative poetry, the stories are told and emotions dwarfed, emotions reduced. We have also said that in terms of structure, lyric poetry is relatively shorter. Now we are using relatively shorter because compare lyric to ballad. Sometimes lyric may be longer than ballad, but then there's no way a lyric can be as long as an epic or a metrical tale. No. Now, lyrical poetry takes a form that makes it melodic, takes a form that makes it musical, melodic. Um, so it all the literary elements we see, in fact, most of the literary elements we see in the lyric poetry are music oriented kind of. They are music oriented kind of. Right. Samuel, your hand is up. Any problem?
Yes, please. My hand is up. It has been up for about some minutes ago. All right. My question is that can you define a lyric poetry as a distinct form of poetry? Question on expressing the speaker's emotion and the thought often presented in the first person. Can that also be good? Thank you very much.
Come again.
All right. It's a distinct form of poetry focuses on expressing the speaker's emotion and thoughts, often presented in a first person. Thank you very much. Can it be found in
So we are looking at the characteristics of lyrical poetry, and it's just like this, that it expresses the thoughts and feelings of the poet. We've said that it is usually written in a first person point of view. We've said that, and it is characterized by brevity, shortness, and musical quality. Right? It relies heavily on figurative language and poetic devices such as simile, metaphor, rhyme, voice, imagery, etc. So invariably, some of what you said is what we have as the characteristics of lyric poetry. So yeah, we can hold on to that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Now we can add that almost every type of lyric poetry follows a formal structure that dictates the rhyme scheme, meter, verse form. The poem, the poem is given a strong rhythm. So if you look at lyric poetry, there are several types of poems within the lyric poetry structure or the lyric poetry manner. Now, each one has a defined structure, formal structure, and the structure is determined by a defined rhyme scheme, a defined meter, the verse form, and all these give the poem a strong rhythm, a strong rhythm. The poem I will want us to read yeah. I don't know if you can get it, but let's move on. When we get to another point, we'll get a simpler point to read. What I have is a bit difficult to access online. We'll get another one to access online. Now, I have just mentioned that the lyric poetry has several forms, and the forms of lyric poetry would include sonnets, elegy, ode, verlanille, sestina, and then others. So generally, the lyric poetry is not a form, but a manner. The idea of lyric is a manner, not the form. The form is determined by the type of poem we are dealing with, the type of sonnet we are dealing with. If it is sonnet, it has its form. If it's elegy, it has its form. If it's ode, it has its form. If it's verlanille, it has its form. So there's a common statement we say that lyric is a manner and not a form. Lyric is a manner and not a form. It's a manner because it brings in mind the idea of music, the idea of emotions, the idea of reflection, the idea of introspection, and so on. But the structure, which is the form, varies according to the type of lyric we are dealing with. Now, So beside this, we'll say that the term lyric is an umbrella term that brings together all different types of poems that show or share some similarities. And I may mention that apart from the few that I've mentioned up there, we can talk of descriptive lyric, reflective lyric, and then confessional lyric. Descriptive lyric, reflective lyric, and then confessional lyric. Good. So any question on the lyric? Any question on the lyric? Yeah, any question on the lyric? Yeah, Tilly.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Please, I'm a bit lost on the types of the lyrical poetry.
Which one did you hear?
I think I heard ballad or something, or sonnet. I'm not so sure.
Sister, we heard ballad as lyric. Can somebody share what they heard, the types of lyric we mentioned? Yeah. Mark?
Okay, so the type Doc talked about were the descriptive lyric, reflective.
I couldn't hear you.
Then we have the confessional lyric. Those were the types we mentioned. Descriptive lyric, reflective lyric, then the confessional lyrics.
All right, so we have sonnet, elegy, ode, villanelle, and then descriptive lyric, confessional lyric, and then the other one is what? Reflective lyric.
Reflective.
Yeah. So these are the types of lyrics. Please, I know you want to go and teach at the secondary school. So these things must be on your fingertips. So when you see the poem, you know what it is, and then you work with it. You don't go and look for past questions, or don't go look for pamphlets to come and teach poetry. Teachers who use pamphlets to teach poetry, we are going to beat all of them. They are disgracing the profession. All right. So let's move on to the first type of lyric that we refer to as sonnet. The first type of lyric that we refer to as sonnet. Good. So we say that sonnet as a word means a little song. Sonnet as a word means a little song. Now, it originated in Egypt. It originated in Italy. It originated in Italy. I said Egypt, I'm thinking of Moses in Egypt. It originated in Italy by an Italian poet called Francesco Petrarch. Francesco Petrarch, not Francisco. Francesco Petrarch. Now, Petrarch referred to his sonnet as canzone. 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 And they were addressed to a young woman called Laura. So Francesco's sonnet were mainly love poems addressed to a woman called Laura. Now, from his collection were some he had refined and identified them as blazing sonnets that catalogs the features or traits of each subject, usually a woman, and describe them using hyperboles, that's exaggerations, metaphors, or simile. So Francesco Petrarch created kind of poem referred to as sonnet to address his woman called Laura. Now, from those poems, he selected some of them and he described those ones as blazing. What the blazing sonnet sought to do was to mention the features, the traits of the woman addressed in the poem. So the woman is beautiful with a pointed nose. Good, this pointed nose is brought out and presented in an exaggerative manner or metaphorical manner or in a form of simile. So we can now start with descriptions of the sonnet, starting with that of, let's look at the general description of sonnet, and then we come to the specifics. Right. So we start by saying that the sonnet is basically genre of love songs, a genre of love songs, and then it involves subject matters that reflect generality of life instead of just love. So if you read sonnet properly, you will come to terms with subject matters such as love, death, immortality, brevity of life, shortness of life, transience of life as in passing of life, and all that. So many other themes have been introduced into sonnets and by sonnet. And for that matter, we will not limit sonnets to just love. Good. So sonnet is best described by the traits they possess, meaning that we have types of sonnet, and each type of the sonnet has its unique characteristics that gives it the name. For example, all sonnets have fixed structures. They have fixed rhyme schemes. So we know that sonnet as lyrical poems are made up of 14 lines with prescribed rhyme schemes. We know sonnets of all kinds are traditionally written in iambic pentameter. They're traditionally written in iambic pentameter. Now, from these, we can mention that there was only one type of sonnet, as we have said, by the Italian Petrarch, and his sonnet is called either Petrarchan sonnet or Italian sonnet. That happens to be the only or the first type of sonnet created in the 14th century, like 1500 and so on. Then, during the time of the development of English language, Shakespeare went to Italy, borrowed some of the Italian poems, sonnets, and then tried to modify them into what you call English sonnet. So Petrarchan sonnet was there, and then Shakespeare adapted, he did not adopt, but he adapted the structure, modified it, and then popularized what is called English sonnet. or Shakespearean sonnet. Then later, a third one also emerged, introduced by an Englishman called Edmund Spenser. Edmund Spenser. So we refer to these three as the traditional primary forms of sonnet. Traditional or primary forms of sonnet. But then let me say that today there could be several other sonnets that will share or who shares several other sonnets will share the attributes of these sonnets we have mentioned, but with some slight departures from these. And I can mention to you the Negritude poem of the French, the Negritude poem of the French people. Now, when we put all these together, then we can look at the features of the sonnet as one, having 14-line poem, two, written in iambic pentameter, that is on stress, 5 times pentameter. 3, that it follows a prescribed structure, be it Petrarchan, be it Shakespearean, be it Spenserian, they all follow, be it Negritude, they all follow prescribed structures. And it is their unique structures that define them. 4, it expresses a single concentrated idea or thought. It expresses a single concentrated idea or thought. 5, sonnets are highly personal. They are highly personal. Don't forget, we said Petrarchan sonnets were devoted to praising or addressing a woman called Laura. And even in the other instance of his blazing sonnet, it was describing Laura, an aspect of Laura. So sonnets are highly personal and concentrate on the person's feelings, emotions, experiences about a loved one, an object, or an event. About a loved one, an object, or an event. Then we say that per theme, as I mentioned earlier, per theme, the dominant thematic issues that we shall see in a sonnet are love, joy, sadness, death, immortality, transience of life, brevity of life, and so on, so forth. So we have also said that the sonnet has a defined rhyme scheme. If it's a sonnet, be it English, be it Italian, be it Spenserian, be it Negritude, be it whatever, it must have a defined rhyme scheme. And the defined rhyme scheme that defines the sonnet. Good. Let me read one sonnet to you, or you can open. Let us open. Go online. The poem is titled, How Do I Love Thee? How do I love thee? Let me count the ways, by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. Can you please open it and then read? Okay, Nana, Ire.
Hello, Doc.
Yeah, let's hear you, Nana. Yeah, let's hear you.
Okay, I am reading now. He said, How do I love thee?
All right.
Let me count the Wage, Elizabeth Barrett Browning. How do I love thee? Let me count the wage. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height. My soul can reach. When feeling out of sight, for the ends of being an idea great, and most quiet need by sun and candlelight. I love thee freely, as men strive from right. I love thee purely, as in my old griefs and with my childhood faith. I love thee with a love I seem to lose, with my lost saints. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life. And if God choose, I shall. Hello.
Come again. If
Oh, there is a network problem. I should read it again.
if God choose,
If God choose,
no, just that line.
if God choose, I shall but
There.
love thee
Good.
better
So
after death.
thank you. Thank you. So this is an example of sonnet. I wish you were on your own, open, read, and then compare the features of the sonnet as we have discussed to this poem. And I guess that will be fine. All right. So I want us to end here. If there are questions, let's ask them, and then we'll continue next week. Any question? Any question? Are you there? Is your hand up? Yeah, Nana, is your hand up? All right. If there are no questions, then we'll call it a day to meet some other time. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. And thank you too. God bless you.
Thank you and bless you too.
Good morning, Doc. Thank you. It's been interesting and insightful.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, madam.
Hi.
Hello. Please, if anyone is having the slide, please let's share and let's all have it, please. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome.
Please, I have an issue, but unfortunately, when I was unmuting, it couldn't unmute, so I couldn't ask Bob if you have any ideas to help. Bob was talking about characteristics of sonnet, and we all know, and he also made mention of the sonnet has 14 lines, but the one with Lisbeth, the one we just read, how do I love thee? Let me Let me something, unfortunately forgive me for that. It is the heaven is giving title of, I
Madam,
mean,
please. I think you are somewhere and your mic isn't working.
hello. Please, am I being heard?
Yes, clear now.
Yeah, I said that I wanted
Yes.
to ask Dog, but unfortunately, he couldn't unmute, and Dog left. He made mention of sonnet, characteristics of sonnet, and the first point was 14 line. It's a 14-line poem, but the one we read, "How do I love thee? Let me something something count it." Is the top at the top is written as sonnet 43. So I'm confused about the first characteristics being 14-line poem written in iambic pentameter. But this one is not 14, it's rather 43. So how do they match? If somebody can help me. Thank you.
Okay, so
You
no,
said
the
you counted how
understanding
many
there
lines?
is hello. It is 14 The lines. understanding there is not the sonnet 43 is a kind of sonnet. Sonnets are written from one to a number. So it is not about the lines there. The lines are 14, but The lines that are is in order. The sonnets written in order, that's the 43rd sonnet.
Like we treated Sonnet 12 before. If you can remember,
Okay.
we
Yeah. And so
Okay.
it is not
Okay.
the line.
12
Yeah.
lines. So if you count, it's only 14 lines.
Lydia, Ivana, I didn't get you well. I don't know if you got different counts, but I counted and I also got 14.
Yes, I had. That's
My
at the top. And you know, like Sonnet 12 and all that. That's what is written at the top. If you saw.
problem
I think
is
that's
the
what it is.
43 that is written on top of "How do I love thee."
So it's just like
So is the 43 talking about the number of the sonnet? Maybe the 43rd sonnet.
yes,
Is it like that?
yes, something like that. I
It's
think so.
43rd sonnet, not the number of lines.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know, but I think for today, Doctor was quite admiring. I would say, as compared to last week, today he seems to be accepting our views. But last week he was just doing the lecture mode. He never allowed us in, and when you ask question two, he was not giving you, I think, the right answers. The only thing I had problem with him today is his inability to at least give us clues about how the exams is going to be like.
Maybe at the right time he will do that one. So maybe when we meet him next week, we'll try to inquire about that one. It could be of help then.
Our last meeting with him, he'll tell us areas or maybe something. And I think generally he's a nice person. During our last distance, he was okay. Maybe last week, during the last semester, his lectures, it was good. I think maybe last week, maybe there was some tension on him or it was maybe something was going on. You know, we are humans.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Please, do we have our course reps on or they have gone? Have they left? Course
Our
reps,
program,
please.
I don't know who actually is the
Hello.
courseware.
Please, your line is breaking up. We can't hear you well.
For the English major, we use the course. Okay. I'm trying to say that I don't know if it is a network issue.
Yeah,
I am
I'm
trying to
listening,
say
sir.
that those of us who are offering those of us who are doing our course through the online, we don't usually have the courseware, but to you who have been doing it maybe center based, you usually have the courseware, but for us we usually don't have anybody in particular. So I don't know
Okay,
if we
that's. I side with you. We don't have, but then at least there may be 2 or 3 or even more course reps joining online. For instance, it could happen that in 1 or 2 centers, some course reps are present online, as some of us have joined. If these people are still hearing me or listening, I'll plead this course, even though we are doing for life, we are also doing for examination purposes. In fact, if at the end of the lesson we are not able to perform, how do we go out there to practice for life? And with all apology, with all humility, with all respect, I will plead, if we have such people representing us, when it happens this way, you should gather yourself and then say something or communicate to code or those in charge, the authorities. In fact, we are all adults, mothers, husbands, wives, and all that, fathers. So when somebody asks a question and the person is being let down, not giving the vivid, help where the person or students are able to write and pass and go out to practice, is unfair. It's unfair. I will plead. In fact, this morning I was a little bit sad. I couldn't enjoy the lesson, even though I was able to contribute 1 or 2. I couldn't feel the real lesson for the day. You see, it's not a matter of giving knowledge, but how the knowledge is being given to the students who are going out there to practice. So please, if we have such people, I will plead with all apology, with all humility. In fact, naturally, I didn't feel the nature of the lesson. Me personal, I don't know if some of us understand tree. Yeah, if it's my personal something, I'm my own emotional something I'm portraying there, I don't know. But as many as are so real and can side with me, you see, we have been having lessons with lecturers from all over. But then today's on my first time having an encounter. In fact, I wasn't happy. So I will plead. I will plead. I stand to be corrected. But that is my view, by the way. That is my view. Thank you very much.
Yeah, in fact, I didn't hear everything you said, but I think I heard you complaining about the lectures today. But if you were to be with us the previous time, let me say last week, today you would have even praised him for accommodating some of us. Last week it was worse. But today I will it is not actually the best, but I will give him about maybe 50 thereabout, as compared to last week. Last week it was about 10%.
So, my brother, what is the next way forward? What do we do? Our reps, what should you do to help us? We are paying fees. We need to have, a conducive atmosphere
Yes, I complain
where we
bitterly
can
the same way
pass.
you are doing. I think if the also help us a lot, maybe to Purdue and the other people, so that we send our consent to.
Hello, yeah. My concern is you were saying whether you were having some reps on the platform. But for me, I could see that as you are saying that there's no a rep. Why uh, one of us you should stand and then take the responsibility of the class rep or the rep so that you should do the necessary as assignment for us. You see, one of us can even sacrifice and then take the responsibility of the reps. You see that, and then stand in charge in terms of this situation, so that everything he will stand in charge for us. So like I even say that you, madam, I've even forgotten your name. Are you Madam Lydia also? Yeah, you should take that responsibility so that in terms of cost rep for this particular online, you should take that responsibility so that you should stand in for us and then stand on grievances for us. You see, because at times what the letter also do, at times I hate it, but it's just that we are many. So I personally can never stand in that. It's that. So please, as you are saying, it is very, very, very important. So please, let one of us be the responsible for that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think I side with Sami. If Lydia is with us and can take that position on our behalf, I like the way she rattled. So I think she can be in that position to occupy or to take up our concerns to the authority. Madam Lydia, Madam Lydia, I am not so sure she's on. She left.
Mm.